Oh shit, we're back. All right. That happened faster than I expected. All right. Well, we got shut down. Something happened. Now let me get back to screen share and then we won't have missed a beat. Oh wait, hold on. I gotta change this. Um, there we go. Okay. We should be back to we should be back over here with the charts and let's get some music back on. All right, so yeah. Oh shit, I'm gonna yeah. Hold on. Yo, what's up, Brian? How are you doing, buddy? Been a while. I guess maybe saw you recently enough. I'm good, man. Just a little sick, so excuse the little sniffles I got. Excuse the tone, the voice and all that, but just wanted to be here. This might be a weird day, man. I wanted to be here to capture it. We got some new tech. We got some new tech. That's always a plus. Um, yeah. Okay. So yeah, we were talking about something kind of cool, which is a liquidation heat map. This is good for us. This is a good max pain detector. There's still clearly max pain to the downside. Um, we got a lot of money in liquidations. We're on a 1 hour. All right, we don't need to be that far out. Let's go back to a 5 minute. Let's just give it a minute here. I was speaking to Tone earlier. He feels 30K would be a nice bear market bottom. Yo, crypto. Yeah, yeah, we're back. Yo, guys. Yeah, the first stream somehow froze. I don't know what's going on, man. I don't know what that is going on. But thank you, thank you, Cost Ape, Cost. How does that sound familiar? Sounds very familiar. Uh, yeah, dude. But yeah, we're back. I'm gonna be streaming a lot more. I just took the end of last week off because my son got sick and then I got sick, and those first few days of being sick were real shitty. Now it's like kind of whatever. I'm not like sold on this being a bear market. I'm just not sold on it yet. A lot of people about the move to the downside were right. I wasn't expecting this. I was not expecting this at all. But um yeah, I think a lot of bears are in a pretty euphoric state right now, would be my guess. And that's pretty Markets flip on euphorias, guys. And yeah, William bounced back like the next day. He got sick, and then, you know, next day he was ready to go back to school. Fine, dude. Felt fine. And here I am getting sick for fucking ever, always. Eat healthy and all that stuff. Still good to eat healthy, but whatever. Maybe it's because I got my appendix removed a long time ago. But yeah, you guys, you see how much information we get here? I mean, this is crazy. Oh shit. Even though we can't see it in real time just now, because we're waiting on something. What's going on? What's going on? Let's see. What do you make of Bitcoin dominance not going up? Typically, it would be rising in a bear market. Um, yeah, about that. First off, I think like previously, let's talk about, you know, since I've really had 2 feet in, even since I had 1 foot in, 2015, buying Bitcoin. Okay, so anyways, let's just talk while we're frozen. All right, so but first market that I got involved in, buying Bitcoin and buying shitcoins because I just getting in the crypto space, no idea what I was doing. There was probably like 500 to 1,000 different cryptocurrencies by the time I was buying Bitcoin. There was the first one that my friend got me to get was called like cannabis coin or something. And you know, so I looked at like around, there was like Lisk and what else, some random fucking shitcoins. There was a shitcoin pumpers, you know, and all that stuff going on. And then 2017 comes around. I think there was like 5,000. I think there was like 5,000 cryptos, tether coins, you know, coins that were crashing to zero, all kinds of crazy stuff. And then, you know, 2020, and then between that bull market high and then the next bull market, you know, so basically throughout the bear market, we come up with, you know, crypto kitties, and then that expands into NFTs, and then the next bull market is, you know, crazy with tons of new tech. You know, we're talking not only new tokens or new coins or whatever, but we're talking new, you know, ERC 720s and, you know, fucking all kinds of shit or whatever. Like a ton of different more coins. Instead of 4,000 different cryptocurrencies that we're trying to crowdsource fund an idea for a blockchain project that would do X, Y, and Z, we started moving into just straight up fucking blockchain information that's pictures, and they're valueless. Remember, you guys always have to remember that even though there was value associated with an NFT, it does not make it valuable. The market decided that an NFT is inherently valueless because if you digitize an image, you make it infinitely replicatable. And if you have something that has an infinite supply, and that means an infinite demand can be met, there really is no equilibrium price above zero. It is a valueless asset. It should be valueless according to theory. It is infinite in supply. So NFTs are just that. They are infinite in supply, and they should all be valued at zero. Just because you may own, maybe because that one guy, for example, he went to a museum or whatever, he paid $2 million for a Banksy painting, And then he lit it on fire. He took a picture of it and then lit it on fire and claimed it was worth $2 million because he had the picture of the painting as well as some fucking letters and numbers in the internet space, you know? I'll tell you what, I would much rather have that Banksy portrait or that Banksy art than letters and numbers and a picture of Banksy art. That's why NFTs were fucking stupid. If I wanted the same art that you have, even after you burnt your $2 million painting, I could have had that on the background of my cell phone, computer. I could have made prints of it and put it all around my house. I could have been just as entertained by that art as you. And that means since we are feeling the same joy, you just wasted $2 fucking million and are a fucking retard, and we need to fuck that guy up for doing something so stupid. We gotta fuck that. We gotta fuck that fucking shit up in a video game. We gotta fucking get him to go into Arc Raiders and let's fuck him up. It was stupid as fuck. It was one of the dumbest things I've ever seen, and that is all NFTs as they stand now. Yo, what's up? What's up? Crypto Commons. Oh, Crypto Commons, Mr. Crypto Commons. Welcome, my friend. I reached out to you a while back, man. I wanted to get back in touch with you. I'm happy to see you. TRDR is a little muddy right now because I need to work on some signals there. I've been having I need to create some new tech, I think. Right now, I think there's a ton of support. There's a ton of support. I'm seeing in the order book a ton of support. I'm getting signals. But these nothing's clear as day right now. I think oh shit, I need to get this thing back up. Is this working? Let's see if this works. Is this working? Let me stop share for a sec. Let's just check on this while we're waiting for the other thing to reload. Well, we kind of broke out of that ascending triangle. That's unfortunate. Really ugly right now. Really ugly. This is what the order book is saying over here on TRDR. I am thinking this is a buy the dip scenario. I'm still on that boat. At the very least, as scared as people may be, this is at the very least a good time to start dollar cost averaging. If you're putting in $100 a week right now, then you're doing it right. If you're able to put in any amount per week, any of that per week type shit, per month type shit, then you're probably on the right side of history. And it doesn't matter how long you've been doing it, you're probably right. Like anyone that's been dollar cost averaging, pretty much if you would have done the math, if they would have started at the all-time high, it would have just been a matter of months, I think, before they broke even. Dollar cost averaging is definitely the way to go. Yo, what's up, motorist? Motorist, sorry I haven't gone on your videos, man. I got sick and William got sick, I got sick, and I just been in not do shit mode for the past little while. What's up? So I gotta check that out though. I don't want to talk about BIP 110 now that I'm feeling a little better. I want to get more of an understanding of what's going on. I have had it lightly explained to me since. Yeah, Crypto Commons. Yeah, Crypto Commons. When do you want to do a show together sometime, buddy? How have you been, dude? You want to share your price thoughts real quick? We could just do a impromptu kind of random invitation. Get you on here if you want. Talk about it, and then we can plan something next time. Because I'm not convinced that this bear market is on in full swing. I know it looks bad. I know this looks bad. I honestly like yeah, I saw that motors. I saw that. Uh so I just, as bad as this looks, my fucking gut instinct, which like I have to lean on that, all right? There's been okay, next show, buddy. But we'll talk. My I feel like as a trader, you know, you kind of, as specifically as a Bitcoin trader for a long time, you've been staring at price, you know, and you kind of know how Bitcoin moves and breathes, and you can know that there's definitely been something different about this run, and we know like what those players have been like. Think about this: when Michael Saylor got involved, who was probably one of the biggest, like the biggest overnight OG in crypto, was Michael Saylor, right? And Michael Saylor comes along and he buys tons and tons of Bitcoin, and you know, price ended up going up, but it wasn't like directly correlated to him, you know, and he's this massive dude. But once BlackRock got involved, you know, and I think that Saylor is more of like a true believer and a long-term holder, and he's probably right. But the thing is, if you're controlling a market, you guys do not understand how much money there is to be made if you are the one behind the switch that controls the fucking ebb and flow of the market. And what you also must understand is there most certainly is that person. 100%, zero doubt. You don't have to fucking question it. There is 100% certain whales, groups of people, individuals in crypto, in stocks, in housing, whatever, that move the entire market. There are those people. And we are now, I think, victims of that life cycle going forward. I still think the parabolic run is going to come. But look at how much money there's been to fucking drain this shit. I'm going to try to close this and bring this back up. All right, we got this back up. Okay. I don't got too much stuff running. Oh shit. Well, that's fucked. I didn't think Telegram was visible. If I do this application, that's got to be better, right? That's got to fix the issue. Fortunately, there's anyways, little delay. All right. So we were mainly talking about the white collars getting involved, and yeah, I am not 100% sure that we are going to be seeing normal cycles play out how we have previously, with the having the 6 to 8 month wait, the beginning of the parabolic run, the 1 year bull market. You know, a lot of that stuff you guys don't realize. If you hold the keys to it all, you're definitely able to make a fuck ton of money. you're able to take everyone's money. Remember how we used to talk about how Robinhood was going to go down in history one day as like one of the greatest frauds of all time, as like one of the greatest kind of heists of all time? Just think about it. Everyone was able to buy fucking fractions of shares that had $20 and were working at McDonald's. And now you just gave every fucking big market or, market maker your fucking info, your entry price, and then they can keep forcing you to sell at a loss. The only people that win are iron hands. Ah, shit. So, I wonder if there we go. That should be fine. That should be better. Easier on the old system. We got a lot of data fucking running through this thing right now. This thing is fucking cooking. Let me add that liquidation heat map. Let's just talk about some of these areas. So right here, we got, let's just think about some, I just want to think about some max pain scenarios for a minute. So if you notice, like when I could click on an order area, let's say this order, and I don't know if you guys can see this, but look, I got everything here, man. It tells me all types of information. Right now it's collecting the data. Obviously things are a little slow because I'm streaming and I'm using up all my shit. But yeah, look. Now we're starting to get like an idea of at this level, what's been happening to the wall. Has it been spoofy? Has it been increasing in strength, that wall area, specifically at $62,985, and we're timing it right now. How is this wall holding? You guys don't understand how fucking fascinating this tech is, dude. This is fucking fascinating tech. Or the idea that I want to have regarding analysis and stuff going forward is we all knew that the order book was epic and the order book had a ton of insight and it was very useful as an indicator. Now, there's still some stuff that the order book wasn't quite explaining because we didn't have the tech to really map it out without doing it by hand, which was kind of difficult. It was very difficult. Everything just kind of like, when I say by hand, I mean more like by memory, It's more like by memory and then trying to memorize fucking 50 of these things and the price shifts around. It just really is mentally intense. It's a very, very intense mental practice to understand all that shit. So look, now we can see that the order got killed. It was moving up and then maybe we'll need to figure out if that was filled or killed, as in pulled, killed, sell eliminated after pulled, and pulled. There we go. We got every fucking bit of information we need, guys. So we know that we're filled with fucking, oh man, you guys don't even understand. You guys need to understand this. There is so little organic liquidity in the market right now that dust is what's creating these movements. Wash trading dust bullshit is creating all this. Wall was eliminated after a few seconds by nothing but pulled orders. Not even a buy, not even a little bit. A sell killed it. Unbelievable. Let's check this low. Let's watch this low as it's happening. We're watching right there at 64,775. We're at 64,821. Wall is fluctuating. Okay, so size retention. We need to dig a bit more about that. There's adding, pulled orders. We're getting a whole ass history here. Added, pulled, added, pulled. This is so fucking useful. 10-pack added, 6-pack, 5-pack added, 6-5. And as we get closer, we're getting pulled, added, absorbed, first bit of absorbed. Someone's trying to take that. Absorb to sell trade. Absorb to sell trade. Small dust is eating at that wall. That's probably an organic wall. Just bits and bits of fucking little satellite dust are fucking flying at it, dude. This is fucking new tech. This is new tech, guys. You don't understand how fucking important this is, dude. Pulled, absorbed. So once the dust fucking kicked in, the order pulled. That is really classic. Refilled a little bit, but that is pretty classic robotic shit right there. Small dusty packets. Interesting, man. Very interesting. That order log is beautiful. What's up, Prater Trade? Paul, what's up? What's up, Bitcoiners? Yo, cheers from Durango. I know someone out in Durango. I didn't know I knew two people out in Durango. Are you in Durango, Colorado, Paul? And how are you doing, Prater? Are you trading? Who's trading this? I'll tell you what, I'm not trading this. I'm not really positioned right now. I'm a lazy piece of shit. But, and I shouldn't say that, but we shouldn't talk shit about ourselves. But, I need to, I think this is a good area for a long-term, long position. I really do. I probably should back that up with with a position. I just need to get set up, dude. I just need to get set up. Nice, Paul, nice. Yeah, I probably, like, my gut, if I was in a position, gun to my head, I would be in a position probably a 2 to 5x long. Honestly, it's not, I don't want to be in a green position right now. I'd want to be in a potential catch the bottom situation, ride it high. When it crashes again, it'll probably make a higher low. That would be my confirmation trade to, like, go 10x and raise my stop loss. Obviously, it'll increase my average entry, but basically I would wait for a pretty clear bottom and then I would 10x it or 20x it. Just make sure that my liquidation price is safe. And because, like, and I'm talking about, look, like, let's say I got in right now at 64,789. My bet would be that we're probably going up, like Crypto Commons said, probably up to somewhere like 100K at some point, right? But without making a lower low. The bet is, I would bet that we're gonna make a higher, like a move toward 100K, and either touch it or get close to it. So let's say above 90 over the next 3 to 6 months, before I would take the bet that we're going to make a lower low. And right now, I'm not ready to take that bet, but I am ready to expose myself, like I said, like a 2x position in the event that if we go up, then we would, we would probably come back down to 70, 75 or something, or whatever. That's where I would really load up on the leverage. Because once we've spent a little bit of time there and I'm convinced that this is a flash crash or this is a consolidation and we're going up, then I will know, okay, the bottom was in, I got it. Now this is like the confirmation of that bottom. We're probably headed back to the same area, if not higher, being 90,000 or above. Potentially even a bull market scenario. That's when I'd be willing to take the risk. Phil, my brother, how the fuck are you doing, dog? I hope you're well, dude. Always fucking love to see you, Phil. I wish this shit was in real time. I see your guys' comments, and then there's probably a 15 to 30-second delay between you hearing me what I say. So, Phil, fucking love you, dog. How's Twitter been without me, man? Are you guys making do, or are you guys being nice and fucking, let's say, honest, no matter the consequence? Just think about a few years ago, guys, getting canceled for telling the truth. Getting fucking canceled, losing everything for telling the truth, dog. That was the world not long ago. Crazy shit, guys. Let's definitely not forget history. Gotta say, probably one of the most important histories not to forget is the one that just happened in our recent memory. Need a fucking knife or something. All right, good. Yeah, if anyone has anything to bring up and talk about and stuff, just please don't hesitate. I'm kind of chilling, and I'm gonna hang out a bit longer today because I was sick toward the end of last week, and I kind of want to get back into the longer streams anyways. When I have the time, I feel like, what else am I doing? Like I could be just, if I'm learning something, I could be doing it with you guys. If I'm you know, like let's say I'm changing some settings in the chart, I might as well just do it, you know, on stream so everyone else can learn how to do it. I've seen some people create some beautiful stuff. So yeah, anyways, me working with Fabian, who you guys may very well remember, it's kind of a thing that happened before happening again. He's a brilliant, smart, amazing dude. And yeah, you know, we really want to come back to you guys with something great. But at least we have free speech for the most part there. Yeah, Phil, I think we're good. I mean, I think we're good for now. You guys got to remember, man. Everything has pretty much been prophesized. Like in this sense, I am deterministic in how things play out. I don't think there's too much wiggle room. I bet you we're in for some surprises. I don't think anything's gonna come as clear and easily as is stated. You know, is the Antichrist, as interpreted by the Bible, a statue? Is it an AI? Is it a fucking, who knows? You know what I'm saying, dude? Who knows, man? But yeah, we're definitely seeing a lot of end timesy shit. That's been interesting, and we're seeing it particularly in places where you don't have free speech, which previously did, like the UK. Like I'm fucking personally scared to go to the UK, dog. If I go to the UK and I can't fucking figure out my Twitter password, I'm going straight the fuck to jail, dog. Oh my goodness. All right, catch you later, Phil. Always love you, brother. Always good to see you. Yeah, I'm going straight to jail, dude. I can't even log into my Twitter account, and like the third thing that it says down the list is that I do not believe women should have the right to vote. It's a man, imagine going somewhere and getting arrested for saying that. And the crazy thing is, I could back that up. Like, that's a legit argument. I think it pisses a lot of people off, but look, I don't think a lot of people should vote. I think a lot of people, I think we need to change some systems, man. There's some crazy shit out there. People believe that the government is out there for your best interest. You know what I'm saying? There's some really delusional people. I don't think politicians have been afraid of their constituents for maybe 100 years, maybe a little less, but historically, governments that do not fear their people are very dangerous governments. And I think people that create fear from the side of a government are the ones that should be allowed to vote. Otherwise, you are, you know, potentially growing into a position as part of the enemy. We've seen this happen historically over and over again, you know, things like attempts like communism, you know, North Korea and shit, Soviet Union, China, Cuba, Venezuela. Let's see here. So costs, yo brother, good to see you. All right, yeah, aren't you noticing a lack of liquidity? Yes, that's what I was talking about. Exactly. That, yo, cost 8. That's exactly what I was talking about. That's why I was saying this fucking new tech is so important, guys. Look at this shit. This new tech that we have right here. Let's watch this shit again. I'm gonna go to a wall near the book, near the top of the market. We got all right, so you're talking about lack of liquidity. Yeah, we can know exactly how much of this liquidity is actually getting absorbed or pulled. Absorbed, we're getting small 0.0 dicks of it getting absorbed. Absorbed 2, almost 4 Bitcoin or 3 Bitcoin, like 2.6 added, absorbed. So we're able to notice the difference. Costs, I have noticed, or I do largely believe, that there are very small, dusty pockets of organic retail, very small pockets, and then I think that the market makers are just moving the price, and the order book is almost entirely their liquidity. It's very, very clear. It's clear to me. I can't say that I'm like, yo, guys, I know the secret of the universe on this one, but I'm telling you, that's what I believe. Without proof, with just my instinct, I think that this is mostly just wash trading, and I think that whatever retail exists is extremely small amounts of money. Is Trader and Signals working right now? Yeah, I'm working. Yeah, I could get that stuff. There's a link under the. We're coming up with some signals on here too. So give me a little bit of time, work with me on this, because this I think is the new tech. But yeah, I could provide you with the old stuff. Do you guys still have me on Telegram? Are you guys still in the Bitcoin Lounge and stuff like that, or the Discord server? Like, how else do you guys get a hold of me if you need to? Because obviously I could post more links underneath the YouTube videos. But yeah. But the thing too, are the trader signals working? I don't want to say my work is shit. I think they are working. But I think the condition of the market has changed, and I think I need to access more tools in order to more accurately reflect that. So I really want to try to build this with Fabian which he's built from the ground up. This was zero. This was fucking just a blank screen not long ago, and now we have this information. This is crazy good fucking tech. Okay, costs. Yeah, I want to build on this. If I'm gonna do something new, it needs to be cutting fucking edge, because instead of using my brain to decipher half the information, if the computer, which has only gotten easier to use with over the years with AI programming and stuff like that, if we're able to make something so fucking amazing, then yeah, I want to put my energy here right now, you know? So yeah, Trader's still good and all that. You know, I spoke to David not long ago. You know, last I heard he's doing well, and Trader's doing well, and still a lot of respect for him and the product. But I definitely need to make some adjustments. I think the liquidity, I think the book is a lot less trustworthy. But that isn't necessarily a weakness. That just means that we need to change our strategy on how to interpret it, which is still largely working. I mean, obviously, if price goes down too far too fast, I don't care what indicator you're using, logic alone says, unless it's a fire sale for some reason, like asbestos becoming cancerous, or the knowledge of asbestos now being cancerous, that's a logical crash. But in this case, yeah, oh shit, I totally lost track of what I was saying, damn it. But yeah, just back to the signals. I see it here from Prater Trade. Signals need to be fine-tuned. Interesting. Yeah, it's all about overextensions. The order book, at its core theory, is about overextension. A price move that goes so far so fast that Organic market liquidity cannot chase the move. And so when the move stalls, if the liquidity doesn't fill the pocket of air that was left behind in the price move, then that amount of money to recover that ground that has been taken by the bulls or the bears is very easy to reclaim. If it is robust, it is very difficult to reclaim, depending on the psychology of the side at the time of the fundamentals. So order book theory is very deep. It's very, very deep. There's a lot of moving parts at play. And in addition to that, we have cheaters. It's like playing Call of Duty, trying to be the best gamer you can be without cheats. The guys with the cheat codes are the guys with the money that can move a market, that can make a stock crash, can make crypto crash. All that takes is money. The retail amount of dollars in the market for Bitcoin to crash $10,000 is probably in the millions or low tens of millions. If those market makers removed all their orders and were left with nothing, and there was nothing other than organic retail orders, I bet you price would move very far and very fast in a fierce sell-off event, as long as the market makers pulled their orders, which is what they do. And in the event of a price move to the upside, they pull their sell orders, and the very small amount, percentage-wise, probably less than 5% organic liquidity that's remaining, that actually absorbs the whale dollars that are buying the Bitcoin, are in the, probably fucking low nothings. So these guys can fucking move markets like it's no big deal, man. They're just fucking running bots that are spoofing and wash trading and making you believe that this market is largely organic, and that helps you sleep at night, whatever. And yeah, so I think I think the new game for order book analysis is to identify how much of these motherfuckers are moving, how much of it is predictable. Are these guys having an order that flashes at the fourth $10 aggregation from price is going to be 1% of their total sell side liquidity? Well, let's say we were able to capture that every single time that the book moves and it shifts, it's between 95 and 100 Bitcoins. And then we're able to say, okay, the only part of that isn't moving are these 5 orders of Bitcoin. And that covers a space of 3% slippage. And the bulls have this much liquidity there. We would be able to deduct some serious conclusions from that. That's the new order book tech to me. We need to understand what the market makers are doing first. Then we need to identify retail, and then we need to identify max pain. Because the whales are going to take as much fucking money off of your hands as possible. That's the fucking new order book tech, guys. That's what we're doing. The new chapter has begun. That's why I started streaming again. We're fucking on. I'm going to be streaming for a long time. I'm going to be playing video games, streaming, doing all my life while this shit's on. I'm going to be working on the side. I'm going to have to mute. I mean, dude, this is new fucking tech. Like, you guys, I know I'm sick and I can't really, sound excited, but you guys get fucking excited right now. There's every reason to be. Look at all this information we have. Let's look at a wall that's farther away from the book. Let's just see what happens up here. Static. Let's just give it some time, but static for now. And look at that. At an ask at 66,105. Static. 0.29. So what is that? 0.3 Bitcoin. It's 20,000 bucks. 20,000 bucks upholding that price zone. That's what I was explaining to you earlier about the liquidity of market makers versus the liquidity of retail. That looks a little more like retail to me. It's farther away from the book. It's not dynamic. It's static in nature. It's not moving. It's not shifting around. It's on the graph. It's not going down and up and down and up. It's just, saying that it's collecting the data. There probably isn't much data to collect. It's probably just a straight line. The peak of this is 293. So this is the same order that's been there. Size retention is at 100%, as you can see. There are no changes at all. No events. So now we're able to start isolating who's real, who's not. You guys don't understand how fucking cool this is. Fucking heart button if it's cool. I just fucking did too. YouTube's tight. Except for when it canceled me. And I lost my John McAfee interviews and all my, some of that historical content was really useful stuff. But, you guys, if you have any questions or thoughts, please don't hesitate to share. In fact, if my friend watches this at some point later, I will hope that he does let me answer his question. All right, so his question was, as the price of Bitcoin increases, we're seeing diminishing returns to the upside. So similar to what happened in the top of 2020 to 2021. With all the ETFs and Bitcoin going more mainstream, do you think this will also be true on the on the downside? Example, in the last, we've had 75 to 80% corrections, in which would take us down to a low 30K, high 20K mark. But if we are in bear, it will be less severe this time. I think that's a very interesting concept. Let's start with from the top of this. As the price of Bitcoin increases, we're seeing diminishing returns to the upside, but with all the ETF Bitcoin stuff going on more mainstream, do we think that the delayed moves to the upside will be also delayed to the downside? Yeah, I think that market cycles are no longer the 4-year guarantee. We kind of fucked that one up. It's already past the deadline, I feel like. 2024 was a halving, and we were at an all-time high then. Yeah, dude. Like honestly, a lot of us are. I think everything got delayed. Yeah. So yeah, we're just probably gonna be playing those types of games. Longer, slower moves, but probably around as severe. Let's say we're in bull markets, we're used to those sharp 20 to 30% pullbacks. I think we'll still get that, but they won't be as sharp, and maybe they'll still be 20 to 30%, but I just don't think they'll be as sharp. All right. Um, yeah, no commentary. I'm just chilling with you guys. Anything you want to throw in there, questions, comments, don't hesitate. Hold on, what happened? Just want to watch this one for a while. Anyone gaming? Yo, does anyone know the name of this song? If you do, you're super G. Just curious. Builds. There was a lot of spoofing. So yeah, let's see, still a few people. I mean, I'm still around. If you guys want to ask questions, don't hesitate. Like I said, I'm just kind of hanging out, chilling, playing Arc Raiders in sick mode, not trying to do shit. I'm just gonna leave this on. Yeah, I'm gonna get back into trading pretty soon too. I was checking out this new exchange and stuff. I want to test them out a bit longer. I don't think there's too much new tech from exchanges, but there are some new cool things coming around. Most important thing to me is night mode. Oh shit, we're getting a little crash. Let's look at the strength of the lowest point. Wow, it's on the other side of it. All right, let's watch what happens here. We'll get a fucking whole history. We'll get a full history. Damn, we are spilling off fucking camera. All right, our wall down there is holding. Nice little bounce on that. Little crash. Looks like that. The longer that wick gets, the better that bottom looks. It's a sexy wick right now building up. Oh, fuck this thing. Fuck is going on? fucking gotta. Oh, there we go. Okay. The wick is there. We're on a 5 minute, not a super significant wick, by the way. Important, but not huge. Wall is increasing in size. Oh, and it came right back down, so that was a spoofer. Yo, howdy, buddy. How's it going? Hey, anyone need extended light mag 2 blueprint? Hey, what's up, friendly coming in? Do you need extended light mag 2 blueprint? Do you want it? Yeah, hold on. Thank you. All right, take care. All right, still holding. We're at size retention 200% at the exact low area of the previous lowest low on the screen, at least on the chart. Pulled, added. A lot of stuff going on. 1.9 added. All right, check out this goop. . Ooh, we got a sell signal. We're still fine-tuning that. Still got to fine-tune a lot of that signal stuff. Oh shit. All right, that's better. Oh, sneeze. Interesting. All right, so that needs to be adjusted. I need to change something there. I need to change something there. What needs to change? What needs to change? Take a look at USDT dominance. Let's see if I can pull a trading view over here. Where the fuck I put my tissues? Where the fuck are my charts? I'm trying to find my charts. Where the fuck are my charts? Ah, this shit. Every time, I fucking barely ever see their homepage. Where the fuck are all my old shits? Ah. Where the fuck are charts on this damn thing? Fuck it. Okay. Oh, Duncan, what's up? What's up? Duncan. Oh, sorry to hear that. Duncan, funny enough, I was actually reading your comment like gotta have been 20 minutes ago. Good morning to you, brother. Um, sorry you got knocked out. Yeah, I was actually quite surprised. We're actually watching this. There's some new order book tech, Duncan. Right now I'm observing this wall. It's showing you pulled, added, and this wall is at the lowest point of the low. So right now I'm watching to see how this wall behaves. It's at 200% greater than when it started from when I clicked, I guess. Uh, so let's see here. Holding current 73 Bitcoin. A lot of it's new. I guess I should have taken. So I guess it started off with 35 Bitcoin if it's 100% greater. We need to make that number more accurate, I think. No, Ducky, it's not too big a deal, but it was probably 20 minutes ago. But yeah, I mean, it's just it's interesting stuff, you know. I just think that the cycles are drawn out longer. I still think that we'll get a lot of similarities between previous 4-year cycles, but I think that there's been a lot of, as a market maker perspective, there actually, Duncan, we've known each other a long time. There might actually be some good content that I've learned over the years, and that you might like to hear about the show. So you might want to watch more of it. But yeah, I was on your stuff about 20 minutes ago. But yeah, you know, the psychology of the market makers and stuff like that, and not necessarily all psychology, just their ability to power play and where they're probably doing it. I mean, that's kind of what I'm dealing with right now. I'm not really seeing too much of this as organic. I don't think a lot of this is people who have saved up their money buying Bitcoin and deciding to get, you know, just to lie to their parents that they need money while they're in college and throw it into Bitcoin. I think if any of that's happening, it's probably on fucking Solana with meme coins, you know. Bitcoin is a different beast now, dude. Totally different beast. We got to change. We got to change and adapt. This is what the new tech is all about. We got some new tech here. Gonna try to identify where the market makers are, what they're doing, and then try to use their moves and play with them, which has always been the goal, I suppose. Well, USDT is king, man. Cash is king when you're fucking when shit's a little questionable, dude. So, cost back to your thing about USDT. I mean, look, USD cash is king, dog. Who knows what the fuck Bitcoin is doing? Honestly, even as a bull, this Black Swan event has shaken my resolve. But I think this is a good place to set up a long-term low lev 2x long position, and then wait for a higher low to confirm, and then stack your leverage in there. Would be how I played it out, Duncan. Yeah. All right. Oh, whoa. Absorbing. What happened there, huh? How low did this go? It went lower than 64,145. So maybe the order was killed for a bit. need to. Interesting. Well, pretty stiff reaction. On our way to a bullish engulfing would be nice. 2 candle production would be fine as well. 5-minute chart. I was gonna start messing with the signals, but I'll wait till later. Spend a bit more time with this. I think 60K is gonna hold. My personal thought is that this is a black swan event. I thought that people were bearish, and I thought that it wasn't a bad call, but I thought it was a bad call to be bearish, as in bear market bearish. I still think it's a bad call. I think this was a black swan, and though it is a lower low, we also had, so we've basically gone from 110 down to 75, up to 120, down to 60, whatever it was, 60. So I mean, it's definitely looking bad, but I'm still leaning toward this has all been orchestrated because the fundamentals for Bitcoin are actually really good. And this has all just been market makers fucking retail over. Sorry guys, 1 sec, I gotta blow my nose. So yeah, I think 60K is gonna hold. But Duncan, check out this new tech, dog. All right, so let's check out 60K. Let me get rid of this. Let me save this real quick. We're working on some new tech. All right, so at 60,000. Yeah, there isn't too much pain. There's pain in the low 60s, but there isn't too much pain at 60. We got a liquidation line here at 57. We got some action here in the low 50s. So I mean, right now our big pain is the low 60s. If the pain is still on the bears to suffer, you can see that there is a ton of pain for the bulls to suffer. A lot of pain. Right here, man. When we're talking, this is bearish euphoria, man. Everyone's running top end of the book. They set their positions. A lot of set and forgets. A couple pockets above. I don't know when we went there after having gone. I don't want to keep scrolling, but 60K is kind of like, I think 60K will hold. It doesn't look like there's too much to achieve much beyond 60, other than fear and another cascade of liquidations with low liquidity. So it'll probably be another black swan event where they got to fucking flip the switch off. We can clearly see it here. To the upside, there's clearly a lot more money to be gained in the form of liquidations, you know. A lot of leverage positions that are probably set up and they don't want to let go of them. 60K was probably it. Bears think it's 30. They're confident now. We've gone from 120 down 50%. That's a fucking bear market, you know. But not necessarily with Bitcoin. Bitcoin can do anything. That's what people always forget. It's not just hopium. It's vibes that I'm going off of here. So we got, you know, that's the max pain argument right there. So yeah, killed. Let's cut some of these off so we're not running up all our data. There's a lot of fucking data being used up here. So look, Duncan, we can see the order book, like history here. Orders being added, taken here in the order log. We can know who's serious or, you know, this is pretty spoofy. It's pretty close to the book, but this is the kind of shit we're gonna turn something, make some signals that utilize this tech. It's gonna be sick. Duncan, this is not TRDR. So this is something else. Definitely let's talk about this. I know you're we've done a lot together. We can talk about this new tech. It's gonna be coming out pretty soon. All right, where are we at? 64,682. Let's go on the buy side, check out an order. Defending. Absorbed, added, hold. Wow, we're really holding the line here. Small dust though, small dust, a lot of added, big added. Absorbed, dust. Added, absorbed, pulled 4. We need this to be longer. Fuck. Oh, whoops. Redo. Let's go at the bottom of the wick. Did it get killed? Yeah, so this needs to say it died. No, it says killed, okay. So maybe it was the aggregation. All right, let's try another wall. Let's try it right at the bottom. Yo, so Rhythm Wanderer. Well, it seems like we're scraping the barrel a little bit here, in the mid 60s. I'm okay with that, as long as we don't make a lower low. If we make a lower low, then I'm starting to get convinced that we're gonna skip the stone across the water, and eventually plunge again badly. I don't know. I think a double tap in this scenario, like back to 60,000 flat, I think is a pretty bad thing. I think it does threaten some lower numbers, some lower targets. But after that move, I'm convinced that there's a lot of money to gain to the upside, you know, after a big move like that. coming down from 120 down to 60 over months. You know, a little bit of a flash crash, you know, black swan event mixed in. I'm kind of feeling that this is a good time to start dollar cost averaging and plan for another, you know, multi-month move to the upside. The fact that we're still grinding turned this into a multi-week scenario into a multi-month scenario for me. I mean, if you caught 60, you're in the clear. If you're in right now, how long do you have to sit around here? You know, that's the question. I would bet that we're going up, and I would bet that we got to sit around here probably for weeks to reclaim 70K, and then from there we can try to rebuild some confidence. But the burden of proof is entirely on the bulls right now. Or, you know, if this market is just largely being manipulated, then it's however they decide to move it. Which would probably be to the upside, considering that's where all the positions are. As notated here with this liquidation heat map, we can see that our liquidation status going down diminishes significantly after that 63,000 range. A lot of pain here, liquidated if they are highly leveraged, 70x. We start getting conservative liquidations from current market value in the low 60s. And at 60,000 flat, we're talking pretty, you know, 16x is pretty extreme. That's in the harder difficulty category, I would say. So, you know, look, it's a big trade if you're 16x from here, but, you know, that's your liquidation. I don't think you're necessarily just getting paid for liquidation. If you got in at 60, your liquidation is lower than that. So, yeah, I'm convinced that max pain is going to be to cover a lot of these, man. Make these guys suffer. Bears have taken it, or the bulls have taken it. Bears are euphoric. Yeah. So I think we're headed up. What did the books look like on 10/10, like October 10th? Had to be empty? I'm sorry, I'm not sure what that means. Excuse me. All right. Hey, you guys can hear the music, right? Oh, nice rhythm. Wanderer. Yeah, just some lo-fi hip hop. Shit, where did I go? Oh. Oh. Hey, what's up, buddy? Take care. Do you need help? Nice shooting, gentlemen. Nice shooting. Thank you. And you guys remember, if you have questions, don't hesitate to ask. I'm here to answer anything. I'm kind of just back in the seat. I mentioned earlier in the video that I got sick for a few days, so that's kind of why I took a break last week. But you know, we got some new tech, and we want to make sure we got everything documented, you know. So if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. I'm here to spend time, and you know, I'm not in any rush, you know. So you got questions, you let them loose. Does anyone play Arc Raiders? I'm gonna take off these liquidations for now because we'll pull them up when the questions come along. But for now, we're just gonna keep paying attention to how the market responds to these lows. That lower high is a bit threatening, but bit of a dark winter for crypto, that's for sure. Not the first time. You all good, buddy? You need help, or are you trying to do the quest? Oh, he's down. Take care, man. Hey, do you need a Vita shot? Do you need a Vita shot blueprint? Oh, hell yeah. Take one of them, here. For you. Nice. Enjoy, brother. Thanks. Nice doing business with you. You take care. If you're a gamer and you're not playing R graders, you need to get in. There are some crazy good times to be had. Yeah. Take care, buddy. Let's look at another wall. See how this thing progresses right here. Broken. Yeah, tough time to be a bull right now, I'll tell you what. You guys should still be well. Just let me know if there's any problem there. 62,245 is broken. So we need to make sure this thing doesn't stay defending. Or we need to understand the depth of the aggregation that it is. Yes, sir. Yeah, that's more useful, more precise. $1 precision. Let's go on a $1 precision. 65. stretch longer. That's also what she said. Right, yo, look at these liquidity pockets. 88. Okay, let's clean. Let's check out 07 on the dot. We got it highlighted, pay attention. So this is the aggregated amount of Bitcoin it takes to reach. Excuse me. It got killed. Wow. Pulled. 13. Pulled. Absorbed until it pulled the rest. So yeah, my previous theories about orders in the book, especially dynamic ones, have previously been that they're likely to fill at max. You know, something like 50 to 75% of the order before they pull. So yeah, let's say we got in. See how the traders are playing. We got a lot of dust leading up to this. Now we should have reduced. Yeah, that's accurate. And defending. Where are we? 190. Yeah, that should be dead. Damn, we're really fighting for these lows. We could be witnessing a move down. Could be witnessing a move down. Get prepared to ride the lightning, huh? Crashing big time. Saw a super flare there. Hey. I mean, we're definitely reaching a bottoming range. Plug in the old headset. Let's see what that. Oh, whoops. That's right on the wick. That's where I probably would set a position to. Let me go lower though. We're in the vicinity. Let me change this. Alright, let me try to do this. So $10 aggregations now. Let's just try that. $63,890 is holding. Ooh, taking a steep dive and broken. No, not broken. 950 and descending. 45, 55, 53, hovering, fighting out. Plus 10, minus 5, minus 10, minus 20 from where? Oh, this is a tough fight right now. We're on our way to the target. We're watching the book. And 90s at bat, broken. It absorbed it all. So we need that to reflect a bit more quickly. And then to cap out the event log. This is probably on slightly delayed data. 3920. Making it made a lower local low. 5-minute chart doesn't sound crazy, but it is significant. We could very well see if those low 60s are going to be holding right now. I need to get rid of the spoof detector for now. We know those guys are spoofing. I already believe that. And balance is what I need to figure out. This is an aggregated market. Okay, I understand what that is. Yo, what's up, Ryan? Hey, what do you think of Strickland? Phil, see, oh, you're still here. Yeah, yeah. Oh, that sucks, Phil. But I'm glad you're back. Yeah, my other stream cut out, and then I just decided to come back because I'm not doing much, and we're learning new tech, new order book tech, guys. So I want to make sure I figure it out too, and lock this all down. And yeah, can you guys hear me? I mean, I would assume that means you can if you said you're still here. Ryan, did you watch the Strickland fight? Right now I'm in Speranza. Only some super legit people know what's up with Speranza. Special place. Very special place, a safe place. You thought it was kind of late. Oh, okay. All right, now I'm on to something to talk about. All right. Ryan, did you think the ref stopped it a little late? I thought the stoppage for Strong Strickland was fair. It was clear to me that the knee had landed the solar plexus, and the dude was knocked the wind out of him. It was very clear to me that he was doing his best, and Hernandez was doing his best to try to hide the fact that he got the wind knocked out of him, and he really tried. I think he did a valiant effort to try to stay in the fight despite that very unfortunate circumstance. And I thought it was a fair stop, and Sean would have fucking just kept punching him. It takes you a lot longer than that, than 10 to 20 seconds to recover from getting the wind knocked out of you. So I thought it was a fair stoppage. Late, I'm okay with that argument. To me, like I said, I noticed when the punch came. So a professional referee, or sorry, not when the punch, when the knee landed, I saw that shit fucking just change his whole fucking physical demeanor. So to me, that was no surprise that Sean ended the fight the way he did. I mean, once he smelled blood in the water, and he went for it, and it was beautiful. I think he even ate a punch while he was in the pocket. Hernandez was really trying to defend himself. But yeah, you can only do that for so long. Yeah, but yeah, I think look, I think the ref sometimes. I think as a ref, I would rather be criticized for letting the fight go 2 more punches in that scenario than to have stopped it earlier and gotten given too much of the question of what if. I don't like what ifs, and we've gotten way too many of those in the past years with a lot of these talented fighters. Yeah, he gave him a chance, and I think that's that's the ref's job. You know, he knows that the guy can take punches. He's a professional fighter, one of the top in the world. Those guys, they have something special about him. To them, you know, it's like someone that eats spicy peppers. You know, no one else can do it. If I ate the same spicy pepper that some of these guys eat on, you know, for dares or something, or the one chip challenge or something, I'm gonna fucking lose my mind. You know, it's the same with these guys. Like, you know, but then if you train to eat the chip, then it'll be a 5 to you one day instead of a 10. And so these guys, to them, a hard hit is that. To us, it would be a 10, but to them, it's a 5. You know, and I think refs need to, you know, they do largely, and they should give the fighters the opportunity, the benefit of the doubt, that they're able to recover from an injury. And I thought he did a good job doing that. But I was very happy to see Sean come out the way he did. Um, yeah, it seems like Sean really does well against minorities. Which was kind of a funny comment I saw the other day. Sean's crazy. To me, Sean Strickland is like a less intelligent Andrew Tate. What is going on today? Yeah, Strickland, man. He is based on a lot of the shit that he says, for sure. There's been, I think he's pretty pissed off at Trump. I think a lot of people are pissed off about the Epstein files, rightfully so. They lied a lot, and I still think they're lying, and a lot of redacted shit. And yeah, we should let the elite that run shit go down, and that they should serve the same justice that any other criminal would. Doesn't matter what position of power they're in. So, you know, Strickland is pissed. I unfortunately don't think he'll be defending his title on the White House card. I think he doesn't like really any of them. And I'm pretty sure you give him a mic in Washington, D.C., he's going to say some shit that Paramount Plus gets sued over. Which I'm not against. If Izzy beats Pfeiffer, that Izzy versus Strickland match happens again. I think the way the middleweight division is going is Khamzat is going to hold the division up because he maybe fights once a year. So we all know that, okay? So the only exciting thing really in the middleweight division that you can bet on is probably going to be those top contenders. Right now, I think this fight was clearly a title contender fight between Hernandez and Sean Strickland. Sean Strickland getting the win basically locks down his claim to the to fight Khamzat, and he's talking a lot of shit. And I think they're really building this thing into a they could build that into a great fight just because of the way that these guys talk. You know, Khamzat's a nasty dude. He doesn't respect anyone skill wise as a fighter, and Sean is a shit talking maniac. So I think that's the fight to make, Strickland versus Chimaev. And I don't think Strickland gets the job done. And then yeah, I think at some point, I mean, the division needs some changing up, man. Like, it's gonna be so slow for 3 years now because Chimaev is on top, unless they force him to vacate his belt. I don't really think we need to see Izzy versus Sean again, because Izzy has changed. I think if Izzy was the same fighter that he was a couple years ago, then I think it would be a question. The question right now is how many times that, like, I think any time someone fights
they're gonna fight in the cage, and it's a 1-of-1 a lot of times, right? Me versus you. But the question I think really is, out of 10 times, who wins this fight? Because anyone can get lucky in a punch, and that is the sport. That's what makes it entertaining. But when it comes to anyone versus Chimaev, I think 10 times out of 10 Chimaev wins. At one point in time, that was Adesanya, and that changed. Now he's looking like he's a guy that doesn't have the same will and drive, and he tried to do the Michael Goggins training thing, and that was awesome. And I'm a big fan of Israel Adesanya, but I just feel like he's fallen off. He had massive, status, and you just can't. You're just never the same once you get everything that you wanted. And now fighting is kind of like I think he's doing it more for the fans, probably similar to how Poirier was doing it toward the end of his career. So I'm not too caught up on. Hopefully this is our reversal zone. I'm not too caught up on any of these specifics. Who's fighting who right now. I think it's Strickland versus Chimaev, and then you let the top 5 figure out who's after that. Let the 6 to 10 figure out who's going to be fighting forward, who's going to be defending backward, and we pick up from there. I'll be back. I'm going to look at some water and stuff. Sean versus Dricus is cool. I mean, we saw that twice. The first one, Sean probably won. The second time, Dricus probably won. Yeah, I think there is a fair enough claim to make that a trilogy. Gotta be the bottomy area. Yeah, so middleweight division. I think it's fun for some reasons, but it's kind of like the welterweight division. Not my favorite. Lightweight division is pretty nasty. That's insane what you got going on over there. Heavyweight division's in a bit of disarray. I'm not too pleased with what's going on there. Tai Tuivasa trying to come back and gassing out like the way he did. The other guy too was like an up and comer. Derek Lewis just taking a knee basically. You got a lot of heavyweights that just were relying on one punch power, and there's kind of this transition of an era. And I'm not really a big fan of the slow pace at which they're changing. Sergey Spivak is good. You got a few guys. Obviously Tom Aspinall is probably the best heavyweight I think that ever. But John Jones didn't really get to secure the best ever heavyweight title because he would really beat, Cyril Gane and Stipe, an old Stipe. So, yeah, I think Tom Aspinall is probably bringing glory back to the heavyweights, but Cyril Gane just fucking, took two of his eyes. And yeah, so the heavyweight's a little funky, lightweight's cool. You got bantamweight's cool. Featherweight. that's Volkanovski, right? Yeah, we need to figure out what's going to happen with Diego Lopez, man. I think he might need to go up a weight class or something because Volk is really gatekeeping that belt. About Diego Lopez versus Ilya Topuria. Hold on, when did Diego Lopez fight Ilya Topuria? No. Did Diego Lopez fight Ilya Topuria? No, I'm missing something. Oh, okay. I'm like, dude, Ryan, right now I'm going back through Google. I'm like looking for the stats and everything. So he beat João Silva. That was amazing. That was scary. Yeah. I mean, what do we do with Diego Lopez, man? Ilya Topuria, if anything, is moving up. he doesn't talk about going back down to 145. Ilya went up to 155, took the belt, and now he's talking about 170. He's chasing Islam. Yeah, John Silva, that's crazy. I was scared because, look, I don't think John Silva is such a terrible guy. I think he puts on a good show for the UFC and all that. But I mean, I'm a bigger fan of Diego Lopez and what's his face? Silva is dangerous, dude, to go in an octagon with. He has a lot of different ways to beat the shit out of you. So yeah, I was scared when Diego Lopez fought Joan Silva because it's just I believed Diego, but Joan was just so nasty, so dangerous, and he's so violent. Diego Lopez is violent as well, but very calm and collected. It's an interesting clash. Glad Diego Lopez came out on top. But yeah, what's it called? I think Ilio Tapuri is, you know, he could be in the GOAT conversation one day, dude. That guy's been doing some amazing stuff, unbelievable stuff. They're really fucking making it look easy too. And you guys, to anyone that's, I know I've been on for a long time and stuff, so to anyone that's new, remember that if you have any questions, all you got to do is ask. Very, very new, friendly channel here for anyone that's maybe stumbled upon this place. But yeah, you know, feel free to ask any questions you guys may have. Obviously, we're talking about the fights, and that, when I say any question, I mean any, man. We can talk about all kinds of shit. Just hang out, have a good time. I wonder if they give Merab another crack at, yeah, they have to. They have to. Merab definitely earned it, dude. As much as I don't really like wrestle heavy approaches, I think that Merab, he was active, and I think he's more of what a company would want, you know, behind a champion than someone who fucking hides every year, you know. I really don't like inactive champions. I'd rather a fucking active crotch sniffing champion than an inactive striker. You know what I'm saying? Right now we have way too many inactive champions, dude. They go on their victory laps and they stay on them victory laps. That's crazy to me. If you're making that much money, why are you stopping?
Nick. Ride the gravy train. Who won fight of the night? I think Merab deserves it. I think Sean O'Malley isn't ready for this aggressive wrestling style. I think his body kicks were great against Merab, and Sean O'Malley, I really wanted him to be the crotch sniffing, shutdowner, but yeah, I think Sean O'Malley is kind of like the Israel Adesanya situation, where he's still on the roster and all that, but it's like, he's made his money, man. Like, think about these guys, dude. Think about what we actually want or need in life. And take away fancy shit. It's like you need a warm place, roof above your head to protect you from the winters. In the summers, you need a nice place to call home. You need food, bills paid, food, whatever. And you don't need much, man. So it's like when you make fucking $3 million on a fight, I bet you really start questioning, what do I really need in life? And you do that math, because everyone's always asking you for money and shit. And I bet you everyone's all this kind of, I bet you these guys probably I would want to get away. These daggies, that's what they do, man. They fucking disappear for a year at a time. Back home in their fucking cold ice plunges. Alright, so maybe O'Malley versus Sandhagen. I think that's a good one. I think O'Malley versus Sandhagen is probably the best matchup for O'Malley. Sandhagen is nasty on the ground, though. Nasty. Does the UFC pay these guys pretty good now? Or does it pay very by a wide scale? I think the UFC is probably the shittiest sports organization in terms of fighter pay. But I think it's difficult in combat sports. The UFC does give you a chance to become special. So I think there's a lot of guys that want to be on the UFC. Let's put it like this: you got people that are trying to become fighters, and the company is making billions and billions of dollars every single year. And these guys previously were accepting $10,000 to show and $10,000 to win contracts, and I think that was something like 4 to 6 fights on a 10-10 split. And just because the company itself has gotten better, it does not mean that they have done anything special for their athletes, which is largely the problem, the discrepancy here. Because the problem is, like, as a fighter, it's easier to accept a contract when you're coming from Russia or some fuck nowhere in the world. To hear 10-10, that's gonna fucking tickle your balls. But if you're in New York City training and you're going on 10-10, you might have paid for your fucking groceries. It's not that much money, so it's kind of like a weird system. I think they need to fix the UFC fighter pay. And I think it does have a lot to do with popularity. Obviously, champions get money. Champions get percentage points of the pay-per-views. And now that there are no pay-per-views, they've done whatever they've done to figure it out for Paramount Plus. So, I do think that the UFC is probably one of the worst organizations in terms of fighter pay, for sure. But they give you a platform, and I think it's one of the best platforms in the world. And I think it's really easy to become a superstar if you're given that type of a platform. If you're allowed to go on stage and knock someone out in front of millions of people globally, and you're good, you should do it, right? Well, if you're real good, you should do it a lot. And that's the fucking problem I have with these guys. Is like, okay, yeah, the UFC may pay the worst out of soccer, out of NBA, out of whatever,
it pays the fighters the least amount of money out of all of these organizations. But at the end of the day, I don't think there's any organization that really gives you the platform to become a massive superstar that would then force the UFC to pay you what you're worth. You could go win and you could fight 3 times in 3 months and become a fucking superstar in 3 to 6 months. But what you got are a bunch of these fucking dudes that come in and put on, you know, a boring show, and then they fucking, you don't see them or hear of them, and they come back 6 months later and they stay nobodies, you know, and like there's a lot of people like that. I don't know, I just don't get it. If I was on the UFC roster, I would be training my ass off all the time and fucking crazy discipline to try to become a world superstar that got paid millions of dollars per fight. It's just like you're given the platform, you just gotta do something on it. It's probably knock someone out. It's not hard. It's like that if you show up and you knock people out, the crowd is gonna love you, and the crowd is what pays for your fucking salary. So I think the UFC has done it right, but I do think they could probably increase that 10 and 10 starting contract. I think incentive structures are really good. They can do things like the knockout incentive structure, where if you get a knockout, it's a guaranteed 100K, you know, some sort of stoppage or whatever. That's a great incentive structure to be like, okay, all you little guys that are new to the roster and aren't getting paid much, well, here's a great way for you to get paid a lot on a bad contract, on a cheap contract. If you go knock that guy out, you're gonna get a fucking bonus that's worth 5x your contract right now. So you'll get your show money, you'll get your win money, and you get $100,000. That, which is what I think Paramount Plus is doing right now. The bonuses moved up to 100,000. So I think every single person that does fighting to make money, to put food on the table, should go out there not with the intent to take a fight into a judge's decision, but to punch a guy so hard that he goes unconscious. That's your goal. That's how you need to be training. Not like, oh, you know, we gotta really watch out for this, and you know, he's good at that. So, you know what? Everything fucking changes, dog. Go in, close the distance, fucking show up, be fucking aggressive, make this guy uncomfortable, and fucking beat him. I just like, there's some fight levels where the IQ is so significant that you could do a lot more specific stuff. But generally speaking, I'm talking about if I was 20 years old and I got signed to the UFC, and I've been wrestling through high school and did BJJ since I was 6 and did some boxing and all that shit, and I was a well-trained martial artist that really believed in myself, and I was putting in all the work, I would be fighting as often as I possibly could, even if they were nobody opponents, even if the pay wasn't $1 million. I'd be like, fuck it, dude, I'm 20. You know, I need to pay for my gym membership, and I need to pay to fucking go out and get drunk every once in a while. You know, it's just like, it's weird to me, man. I think a lot of people point fingers in life, whether it's fighters, you know, UFC pay or whatever the case is. It's like there is kind of a thing, you know. Yeah, something like that. I mean, Rampage Jackson was a superstar, dude. Superstars get paid, dude. Like think about all these guys, dude. Like, if you're a superstar, you're getting money. It doesn't matter what you are. If you're famous, you're making money. If I was famous, I would have people asking me if they want me to advertise their watches and their perfume or whatever the fuck, right? Clothing. So not only do you probably get most of your shit for free, but they probably pay you to wear it and use it. I mean, being famous is the fucking, you know, it's a way to achieve escape velocity. Rampage Jackson, dude, that dude is now 20 years past his UFC career. I don't even know if it's less than that. I'm probably being a little rude. But, you know, he probably retired a decade ago or so. And, you know, he's one of the biggest streamers right now. He's one of the biggest YouTube streamers. He has, like, you know, tons of clips. And he's really funny. And they take him to all these places and put him in all these cool situations, hanging out with young kids and parties and whatnot, you know, and they got the chats going live and all that stuff, text-to-speech, and it's hilarious. People talk a bunch of shit, and he gets mad, and it's funny, and it's great content, right? The UFC really gives you a platform to become a superstar if you were able to kick someone's fucking ass. And that's the thing. Rampage was, dude. He fucking slammed a man, lifted him up and slammed him. Did it like 2 or 3 times to 2 or 3 different people, right? I mean, that's crazy, you know. And he became a fucking superstar. Good for him. Conor McGregor. The things that came out of his mouth were so fucking eloquent. Dude was able to fucking talk shit. It's probably just Bill. It's probably just me, you, and Ryan. We might as well just fucking hang out on Discord. You know what fight I want to rewatch? That I always want to rewatch is Yuri Prohaska versus Khalil Roundtree Jr. Khalil Roundtree Jr. versus Yuri Prohaska. That is one of my favorite fights. I love Yuri Prohaska. Every fight he's been in has been so good. Except Alex Pereira. Dude. Alex Pereira's too good, but we got Yuri Prohaska out there with some fucking amazing performances. I'm just staying live to chill though, you know, with this new order book tech. I just want to stay alive and just, you know, I'll have historical documentation. So that's, I know, like, not a lot of people are interested in fights. If you want to talk about something else, whatever it is, bring it up. I'm just talking to staying on board. So either talk about fights right now with you guys or play video games. And I'm not opposed to either. We need Aspinall versus Poetan. I actually think what we need is John Jones versus Poetan. We need John Jones to go strike for strike with Poetan. That would be the most badass thing that ever happened. Is if Poetan knocks out John Jones. That would be the craziest thing. I don't know what I would do, dude. I pull my fucking I don't have any hair. I'd fucking jump. That would be insanity. Yeah, well, look, Dana White and John Jones, like, when John Jones has a fight, or when he's, you know, on the leash, everything seems to be going well, and Dana White's talking him up, and John Jones is talking about the haters and all that, and talking and talking and talking. So yeah, I think John Jones is probably out of the picture. Has John Jones ever lost a fight? Once. He lost the fight by disqualification. At the time, he conducted what was considered by the referee a 12-6 elbow, which was an illegal strike. And the ref disqualified him, and he lost the fight. That's the only loss on his record. But clearly, if he's in a position where he's elbowing you from the top, you are going to die unless the ref stops the fight. John Jones won the fight. Let's just make the long story short. John Jones is the greatest fighter of all time. Hurley, dude, Hurley, I'm waiting for you. I'm happy to see you here, buddy. Hope you're doing well. We're talking about fights. John Jones. So no, John Jones has never lost a fight except on paper. He lost to disqualification, but in reality, he did lose one fight. John Jones did lose against Dominic Reyes, and I will fucking die on that mountain. The judges took that fight from Dominic Reyes. They gave it to John Jones. They fucking ruined Dominic's career, dude. He was never the same after that. But yeah, John Jones, you know, look, I don't think he's dependable enough to fight on the White House card. I don't have a live trade going right now, Hurley. This is new order book tech, Hurley. We got new order book tech. Let me show you some of this stuff. Dude. We got new tech. We got all kinds of information. Let's look at liquidations, for example. We could know that, like, at this level, if you were 41x, you're going to be liquidated at this level relative to current market price, 2.42% away from price of 41x. So we got liquidation. You know, we can know that. All right, you know, this is where probably max pain is. You know, we got some really good stuff. I really like this liquidation heat map. This is huge. We can clearly see there's still damage to be done. A lot of this is probably market make stuff, but yeah, there's definitely a lot of pain in both directions, and I think we suffered a lot of it to the downside already. Still a little bit more to be had, but I think a lot of that's dynamic. I think if that liquidity pulls, we're falling straight through the floor, and I don't think that's good for BlackRock or anyone. Anyways, liquidation heat map, spook detector, cool stuff, you know. What we're talking about, trades. I would be long. I'm too lazy to take a trade. Another cool thing here. Watch this. We can look at the order book, like right here. Bam. You can see orders being, you know, pulled or whatever in certain aggregations. Let's increase this. So throughout this range, once again, 64.4. All right. So we can see the actual orders right here, pulled, added, absorbed. We'll see everything. But I'm bullish. I'm generally bullish right now. I don't want to see another hit at 60. This is brand new, early. Link is in the below the video. This is brand spanking new. This is new tech. So yeah, I think you know, just pretty sure it's free right now. Just check it out. And you'll have some widgets and stuff. You'll have to sort it out on your computer, of course, but check out some of these things, and you know, we can always talk about it together. You know, what I'm still learning some of the stuff. I mean, we're getting instructions and everything, dropped it up so that we can understand what every little thing does. You know, I need to make some adjustments here. I think the adjustments I've made are pretty decent right now. We need to observe this for a while. But yeah, we need some stuff here. I'm bullish. You have a long on Doge. Not bad, buddy. I think bullish is the right call, and this is probably a good range. Like anything above 62 to 65 is probably the range, you know. And yeah, you know, like a nice easy long. Yeah, and yeah, John Jones versus Reyes, man. Reyes was a fucking dog. He was so good coming into that fight. He lost to Jones by a bad decision. Then they put him up against Yuri, who is insane. And Dominic had him a couple times too, man. I was a bigger Dominic fan than I was a Yuri fan at the time. And I thought Dominic Reyes was gonna get him a couple times, but dude, Yuri is too fucking wild. He has different blood pumping in his veins. And then what? Dominic Reyes lost like 4 more times since then. Nice, dude. We're really climbing out of this hole. So as we're climbing out of the hole, the wall's weakening. That's not to be unexpected. Pulled orders, moving, shifting. That's market making. Hey Hurley, are you playing Arc Raiders? Only play War Thunder. They're on the Arc Raiders, dog. Have we talked about War Thunder before? I feel like we have. Yo, what up, buddy? You might have some stuff on you. You okay over there? Hey, buddy, you okay over there? Yeah, there was some bandages in the medical area if you need them. Dang, you've been playing that same game for over a decade? That's insanity. I never even heard of that game. Or game. War Thunder. I've heard of Warframe. Can you share your chart layout? I'll find out. Like, this is legit brand new. I'm gonna need to take that note down. I'm pretty sure, because actually, yes, I know the answer, because this one is saved. Right over here, on the top right of my screen. Saz 1, I saved it, as you can see. Hey buddy, do you need extended light mag 3 blueprint? Extended light mag 3. Yeah, come on, I'm coming over here. I'm by that breach store in the medical. And here you are, buddy. Yeah, of course. Alright, well, yeah, safe travels, brother. Oh, wait, we got a rolling pulley or something. Oh, no, Raider. Alright, what's up, buddy? Alright, take care, guys. Can you share your chart layout, though? Alright, I'm gonna make sure we figure that out, okay? So, wait, I can definitely save. We'll work on the share part in a second. Forgot how important that is. Early. I'm just having a nice quality moment with another raider. Get out. I'll live stream my Arc Raiders if you want to see what it's like. Hey, what's up, buddy? Just heading out. Oh, look at you early. You're already learning more about the tech. Yeah, but it's something that we can figure out. No, I can probably set up streaming to Twitch. Funny enough, many years ago, I set up a YouTube so I could like clip it and save it, send it to my friends. So I have like a whole gaming one. So I don't really stream, but sometimes I make clips and like I'll send it to my friend or something. Like if my friend did something stupid and I watched him die, then I'll clip it and send it to him. As any good friend would do. Yeah, this game has it all, man. It has the good times. It really does have the bad times, man. There's nothing worse than getting ratted. Like this game really brings all the pieces of gaming together. And I don't really PvP. I don't really like it. I'm more of a friendly type of guy. There's a lot of people that, like just running and gunning and killing everyone. To me, it's more of the game is a man versus machine, but there's friendly fire allowed basically. So you're allowed to kill someone and take everything they've looted to try to go back to the underground city of humanity and rebuild and come back up to the top side and fight these alien robots with better tech. And you can get people that just like you can be going back home together, and then they can shoot you in the back and fucking knock you out and take all your shit. So it's actually those are called rats. I fucking hate rats. Disgusting fucking vermin. Human beings. The lowest. Yo, what's up? Mr. I'm Stowe. Good to see you. If you're new here, you guys, feel free to ask anything about Bitcoin, crypto, price action. Just kind of hanging out. We're dealing with some new order book tech right now. So I'm watching the order books, paying attention up there, and happy to explain order book analysis or any questions you may have. Happy to do my best to answer them. Crypto, XYZ, whatever you name it. I'm just hanging out, playing some art graders, watching this new tech, see what we can do with it. Is the background music still playing? nice. Thank you. Hurley, do you watch the fights? Yeah. You see, me and Hurley were talking, or me and Ryan were talking about it a little bit, and Phil, just to fill the time. I don't really have a big agenda, you know. We kind of slam the price action early in the show, and then kind of chill, just kind of watching this tech and getting some historical data. So we're just hanging out right now. Yeah, you still have TRDR. Well, maybe switch over. Remember that guy Fabian who I've been working with, like from a long time ago? And nothing against TRDR, by the way. Signals are, I think they need to be worked on. I've learned a little bit more stuff about markets, and I don't think everything accurate. Yeah, what's up, brother? No, I've actually only seen that once, and someone gave it to me. But funny enough, I just got a Raider Flare blueprint. Do you need it? Oh, you know what? My son would really like that. Oh, thanks, dude. Hey, you don't need Raider Flare by any chance? You don't need Raider Flare by any chance? Oh, here. That. Perfect. Stay safe. Yeah, stay safe, buddy. Alright, guys, so yeah, nothing wrong with TRDR. Just got, you know, just checking out some new tech, and, you know, me and Fabian are working together on this, and yep, you remember. That's him. Yeah, he's been working on this, and after a while, he just kind of hit me up, check this out. I'm really curious, because this has some really interesting stuff. I think I'm showing you, like even these orders, you know, like this, like we can see what's happening at the bottom of this, oh shit. Maybe since I changed the aggregation. But yeah, we got new tech, and that's exciting to me. So, gotta enjoy every moment of that. That's what I'm talking. That's what I'm saying. I think new tech is important. Because the market makers are they're just getting away with it too easy. And I think everything that's been happening is largely manipulative in nature. and I think we need better tech to really isolate what's real and what isn't, what's organic order, what's inorganic, what's you know, like more likely a market making type order, what's more likely organic, how much of that constitutes dust, you know, how much of that is solid liquidity, what's the max pain, you know, we're looking at here if the market moves in this direction or that direction. So I think we just need more information, and this has a lot of information, so let's check it out. Yeah, this is a good run. I wish one of you guys freaking played our Raiders. Yeah, so anyways, Fabian had been working on this for a while and kind of came to me and woke me up. Long story short, hey buddy, hold that elevator if you can. I'm slowly jogging across. We got 2 coming in. Don't worry, I got a revive for you if you get knocked, buddy. I got a revive for you if you get knocked. We're okay, we're okay. Let's keep moving, the elevator's coming. Start shooting this bastard. Oh, that's BS, man. No way that missile got me. Alright, everyone in, everyone in. We got a third, I think. Oh shoot. Good. Yeah. I accept my fate. Yeah, safe travels. Thanks, buddy. That was some arc raidering right there, man. What's happening here? Do something over here. That bottom's starting to look a little more convincing now. Just saying. It's looking nice as we grind out of here. That's what the top of the book looks like. Nice line was held. Shift should move some orders in. Let's look at the top of the book. Under attack right now. Probably all bots. And remember, guys, I'm just chilling. So if you guys have anything you want to talk about, everything's on the table here. I'm just hanging out. It's more like a Discord hangout than it is a stream. So anything you guys want to bring up, charts, crypto, this, that, whatever, just let me know. Dude, holy shit. This is like literally one of the craziest runs of the day. Wow, so much purple shit. I'm gonna have to do more runs with you guys. Yo, what up? What I miss? Oh. Fucking A. Good luck, brother. Thank you. Right. It's a wrap for this run. Going back to Speranza. Hey, partner, you good over there? Hey, buddy, you okay? Anyone need help? Howdy, partner. Just cruising, just cruising. Good luck in there. Sam. That sucks. I got a bunch of mullion at least. Cow. This is a mess. You're hostile? Hey, what's up, buddy? There's a hostile guy coming from the west. Yeah, go ahead. I got your back. I got your back. Yeah, good game. We got out with our lives. Alright, guys, yeah, I'm still chilling. Nothing too new right now. Uh, if you guys have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. I've done a price update, from the beginning, but if you need to talk about price a bit more, don't hesitate to just jump in and ask. Happy to answer any questions. try to flip over to aggregated. Oh, aggregated per. Really trying to find our way out of this one. Okay.
Zakar Day, what's up, man? Zachary. Alright, hi. Could you please explain what those lines above and below candlesticks are actually mean? How to interpret those right? Okay. So, Z, what we're dealing with right now is some brand new tech. I'm going to be fine-tuning these, okay? And ultimately, the idea is going to be that if it's a signal above the candle, in this case red, or whatever color, but most importantly above the candle, that's indicating a short, and green is indicating, or signal below the candle is indicating a long. Now, these signals are not ready. I'm not recommending to take trades. Like, for example, I like this cluster right here. This cluster, even though these signals aren't quite fine-tuned to my specifications, because this is brand new tech for me, I would, what was I saying? I like this. I like this. This is also an area consistent with my other order book analysis, and it's also consistent with, a certain other price level, horizontals, and it's looking real solid down here. That defense was mighty nice, so they're meant to be interpreted. Once I clear this up, and let's pretend that I'm perfect, okay? Which I'm not, of course, but let's just pretend that we're living in a perfect world right now, Z. A symbol above the candle is going to indicate a short, and a symbol below the candle is going to indicate a long. Obviously, right now, I'm going to have to get rid of a lot of noise. There's a lot of noise. Like, obviously, this is looking decent. Okay, yeah, you were short. Okay, you loaded up on your short. Maybe you closed a bit of your position. Price went down. You whatever. You definitely were in the right position if you were short, not 100x any of these. Pretty much any number of these times. Where we're getting here is where you were long in the top, and that's the kind of stuff that I need to start filtering out noise. I need to start filtering out the ratios necessary to really trigger what is a proper market reversal response as a result of rolling too far too fast in the order book. So that's basically the order book analysis in a nutshell, is this ratio overextensions of the ratio of bids to asks. And if the sellers have just sold into deep buy side liquidity,
then chances are, unless there's a really, really crazy event going on, likely fundamental, uh, we're gonna hold the line at some point and bounce. And that's the idea of order book analysis. Now, what we got to do is fine tune these signals and make them a little more accurate. But right now, what I'm doing also is paying attention to like 5 other things that could be very useful to us. For example, if we're able to isolate the amount of orders that are being shifted around in the order book that don't seem serious, in other words, spoofers or market maker bots or something like that, that are just shifting orders around, well, that's not really actual liquidity. That's just that's just wash trading, right? So what we're trying to do with these signals and with this additional information is figure out what's organic and what isn't, and then basically separate from the pile what the organic stuff looks like. You know, so basically, I bet you what this looks like is probably less than half of this stuff is even retail orders. This is all just market makers moving the book. So what we want to eventually do, and I'm talking weeks or days, is isolate that noise and turn that into an indicator of itself. But these signals above and below the candle are going to be specifically associated with ratio overextensions and liquidity pockets left behind as a result. And then the other thing will let us know, I think, a good sense of trend and a good sense of how this trend is going to bounce, what channel we're in, because everything has been extended. Everything that we're used to in crypto is fast, it's sharp, it's violent, and we have had some fast, some sharp, some violent. But we're at a point in on the calendar where we should be going a lot crazier. You know, there's really not much retail in here. There's not crazy hype. There's been plenty of reasons for crypto to get hyped on mainstream levels, with the Super Bowl commercial for Mr. Beast coin or whatever you have. You know, Coinbase is obviously still out there. There's still tons of stuff happening in the crypto space. Trump, is big politics for crypto. Eric Trump, big mining operation. So I mean, there's a lot of good stuff happening fundamentally, and I'm wondering why the market is behaving the way it is, and I think it's mainly because there's very few organic retail market participants, and then there's market makers that are stealing all their money by moving price in different directions. So that's what I want to get to, and this is what we're starting with. I know I answered way fucking more than just your question, but I encourage you, Z, to keep asking questions if I missed something you were looking for. Right now, and keep in mind, we're also on a 5-minute chart. I don't want to mess the time too much. Okay, got it, thanks. You said about order book. You count only order book or trades too? So we have a trade history here. And that's the thing, you can't really count trades. It's difficult. It's a lot of work, a lot of mental math. Wow, this actually is a little easier. It's at least in dollars, at least it's not Bitcoin fractions and decimals. But we'd be able to judge based on that 1 second signature. Okay, that was likely one big seller that sold into a lot of dusty pockets of buy side support. Let's see here. So what's your question? Order book. You count only order book or trade. So the trade history is the trades, and this is all important. But a trade is also a limit order, and what you get when you shift the order book around without any volume, without any actual buying and selling, or very little buying and selling, you get what's called wash trading, and I think that's where we're at right now. Okay, so yeah, the order book is important. Order book is probably the most important. The trades validates a lot of the stuff going on. Yeah. So yeah, the trades kind of validate the information that you're getting out of the order book. Is kind of the way to look at it. If you get shit, you can have price move. Keep this in mind. Price can move without a single market buy or market sell. If price is at $100 and there's a limit order buy at 99 and a limit order sell at $100, and that limit order sell pulls his order, then the market buyer raises his order to wherever the seller planted their limit order. Price has gone up without even a buyer. It was just a shift in the order book. So the trade history is what tells you, okay, we were at this point, and at that moment someone made a buy and the order was filled, or a lot of it was filled, and then the rest of it was pulled, or whatever the case is. But because there could be multiple scenarios there. But the trade history helps to validate what the order book is telling us, or at least the language of the order book. And like, for example, for me, the language of the order book has been, I don't really see much more than what are probably market maker type bots, maybe some small scale operations running profitable operations and bots. But I think there's a big player, and I think there's a lot of small retail dudes, and I think that all that's happening is small retail is getting eaten up. And keep in mind, right now we just flipped over to a very bearish euphoria. So as correct as the bears were at $120,000 that were coming down or whatever, they were right. And I think part of it had to do with the black swan, part of it had to do with some market manipulation. But you know, I think the bears are very confident now. They're in a euphoric state. How Bitcoiners were at 110 and 120, and had Bitcoiners been at 170, and many times Bitcoiners have had their euphoria, you know, cup of tea. Bears haven't really gotten theirs, and this crash has now, I think, whatever bear was saying 120 was the top, because there's probably a handful of people out there that were right, even if they're not good analysts, good or bad. I think a lot of people were probably right. And so they were, if they called that as the top, then we would expect traditionally in Bitcoin somewhere to the effect of an 80% crash. So we're talking, you know, greater than 20K pullback, somewhere landing around there. And so now they're thinking we hit 60. So we're now that their confirmation bias is secured, they're like, okay, we're definitely in a bear market. We've gone down 50%. I was right. Everyone else was wrong. Now we're going down from here. We're going to make our way all the way down to X. That's bearish euphoria. Hitting a point where they're so convinced the show is over. And I think we kind of hit that point. This crash to 60K was absolute insanity. I really wish I was a little bit more connected to the community and trading a little more often and streaming more often, because I would have really felt this one, what we were going through. I'm not as connected to the market as I was when I had streamed, you know, a while ago, or even on my old channel that got canceled. So you know, I'm not as connected. I don't feel the pain as much because I've been sitting on the sidelines a little bit. Been watching, but I haven't been like the active trader that I once was. And that's where I'm like, you know, trying to connect back into everything and feel the fucking, you know, obviously I'm gonna have to be setting positions and getting involved again in order to really feel, okay, what was my sense of despair on this crash? What was my sense of euphoria? Because I did have a long after we crashed from 120. I had a long at like 102K, and we came way back up, and I was like, yeah, that's probably, you know, I thought we were in a very long-term bull market. I mean, I thought the parabolic was basically late already, and I thought it was going to start happening soon. So I left that position open, and I was just like, this is going to be like a liquidation or nothing, you know, all or nothing position. So we ended up crashing, you know, and as we got closer to 100, I was like, you know, I guess it's just because a lot of people have forgiveness traded other entry. And you know, as we got lower, I was like, fuck, man, they're really gonna bring this to max pain to liquidate, aren't we? And I'm feeling every step of that process, every step along the way, I'm feeling every emotion personally, you know. And I think that's what makes you know, an important, you know, who you choose to listen to should matter, you know, what they actually do, where you actually see them for their money. Because it's one thing to say what's going to happen, and it's the second thing to say what's going to happen while you have your own money backing that up. So that's I'm coming back into all this. I'm a little bit disconnected, and I'm trying to get back there. Right now, I'm convinced, based on my kind of coming back to it all, I'm just really not seeing too much organic behavior. I'm seeing and sitting outside, you know, like before, without even YouTube, just knowing that what was going on through whatever social media, that tariff was doing this and Bitcoin went down, and just being aware, it's like, all right, this has pretty much entirely been a fundamental market, and they're selling good news, they're selling bad news. The stock market's doing just fine, gold, silver's doing just fine, Bitcoin's eating shit. There's something else going on. There's something else that's not technical. It's not technical analysis that's failing your trades. It's not fucking whatever else. There's some other motherfuckers at big whales are fucking splashing around, and we are just all meat. We're fucking cockroaches. So what we got to do is figure out a little bit more of their strategies so that we can try to say, okay, we're either, you know, right now you basically, no one has any clue what's gonna happen. Everyone's just lucky, and a broken clock is right twice a day. And if we can get to a point where we're even one step behind these guys, we're on the right track. You know what I'm saying? That's what I think the secret to defeating this market condition is going to be. In other market conditions, I've had other theories and other beliefs, but that is what I believe about this current market condition that we are in. It's going to take new tech, and I think this is going to be a cornerstone of future market conditions. I hope you guys understand that. Bitcoin has changed indefinitely. The old days pretty much are done. Or fucking, you know, the 4-year cycles, I don't think those are happening anymore. I think what we are still going to get are parabolic cycles. I'm not sure yet. I still think that there's a lot of money to be made in one, so why not allow it? They give everyone their last hurrah, you know, and obviously white collars plus, you know, their exit liquidity pool, and all the hopium people that bought it at the last second, they get hung out to dry, and you know, you get your nice little cycle, right? And that's good for some, bad for others. And then Bitcoin crashes, and then a year later, two years later, it's back to break. So yeah, we're in a weird space. The Bitcoin at 10,000, the Bitcoin at fucking 3,000 wasn't the same at 10,000, 23, 30. It's changed, guys. It's just changing constantly. Wait, the crash was insane. I assume you're talking about like the Jeffrey Epstein crash. See? One more question about the topic above. Can you please explain why order book history is important, not trades, and how you interpret it? Yes, immediately I can answer that. There's two types of orders that matter that I categorize, and that is static orders and dynamic orders. What we see here, as an example, are on a $1 aggregation, we see a lot of shifting in the order book, tons of shifting, right? Those are dynamic orders. They're moving around a lot. People are putting their orders in and pressing cancel, or bots are doing it for them, right? Then you have, and let's just click on this as an example. We can see how much fluctuation there is in this event log. Added tokens, pulled Bitcoin, added Bitcoin, pulled Bitcoin. Dynamic orders. All of those are dynamic orders. Versus, let's go higher. Let's go on a larger aggregation scale here and click on this aggregation. 65050. No change, right? This is a static order. So the order book history matters. It's because of a little thing called like price time memory, okay? I still might need to come up with some fucking definitions for some of this shit, okay? But the idea is that the longer an order has been in a book, the more likely it is that it is not going to pull and become a dynamic order at a later point in time. Dynamic orders are constantly shifting. They do not accurately represent the current status, bullish or bearish, of a market. It does a really bad job because there's so much movement. What really determines the market is when it does move or it does crash, is where those lines in the sand are drawn, and those lines in the sand are drawn, I think, as the result of set and forget positions, which we would call static positions. So trade time is very important. The order book history, for us to know how long an order has been there, can really give us insight. Who are we dealing with? A serious buyer or seller, or a scared buyer or seller, or a spoofer? Because sometimes you can spoof for deliberate reasons. Sometimes you just, a trade starts coming your way, you don't like the way it's rolling at you. Let's say you're trying to catch a buy, and you don't like the way this price structure is rolling over. Yeah, and I would call myself a scared buyer. I'm scared that if I buy right now, I'm actually going to have an opportunity to have bought and purchase at a cheaper price. So that's what the dynamic people are. They're spoofers, and they are scared buyers and sellers. And a lot of these are bots. But ultimately, it's scared. It's scared because you think your order could get filled at a better price. So we got two things going on there: scared and spoof. Spoofers try to run an order at the top of the book to try to give a sense of security for, let's say, other bears that are convinced that the market is bearish, so we need to start selling our coins right now. So we're going to put it in a limit order. And then next thing you know, a massive limit order sits right on top of yours. Now you're like, holy shit, this guy's going to it's going to take forever to get his order filled. I better fucking move my order up. And then you get to a point where you just market sell. And a spoofer's job is to get you in that psychological state. A spoofer's job is to get you into that state where you market sell into what is likely their own liquidity on the buy side. They have fear sold you into, they have like led you on a leash into a fear, fucking down a red carpet, into a fucking slaughterhouse, and they got you to sell your tokens low, and then they can fucking absorb all that liquidity. Maybe price goes lower and you feel good about yourself, and you think it's going to go down another 10k, but then it pumps 10k, and now you're fucking trapped. Now you got to either swallow your pride and get back in, which could be the top, before a pullback, at least to your break-even entry. It really fucks with your head. So trade time, order book time is very important to me, because it tells me some of these levels where once we create a channel, I can bet a lot, with a lot more conviction that level is going to hold, X level is going to hold. So if I set up a position here, I am at X plus this risk, because I'm that far away from where at least a very stable, what seems to be a stable wall without any really crazy kicker, I got this protection behind me. Z, did I answer your question? And I know this delay sucks. I get your question, and it takes fucking 30 seconds to get to me, or 30 seconds for you to hear me read it, and then I talk a bunch, and then, and so I don't know when I've answered your question. Yeah, Z, that's what I would boil it down to. Yeah, order book time equals most likely, all right, real liquidity. That's probably the best way to put it, yeah. Yeah, I like that. That's real simple. I think that's a really good way to put it. Well done, buddy. Order book time equals real liquidity. Yeah, that. I'm trying to think of what else to say, but I think you fucking nailed it, buddy. Yeah, there's obviously more cool stuff I could share with you, buddy. Like the fact that how many times can an area likely hold? Like that 60k area that we crashed to. This is a very, very good point. NC, can I ask you, do you know me? Are you new here, or are you familiar with order book analysis and me? Just so I could kind of know like a little bit here. But that 60k hold of the line was really interesting to me, because it was a round number. So that means static orders really like to place their orders around round numbers. So 60k was really interesting to me, because that's a big round number. Big round number, So I think that there was a lot of real liquidity there, because it had been a very long time since we'd hit anything below 74k or whatever. Maybe it had been a year or something, So every order below 74k is probably a set and forget position, because we had bottomed out in April of last year. So everything since April of last year, before we had touched down, like there's so much price structure history, over a year's worth of price greater than 60,000, you know, and our levels along the way were kind of cluttered. We did jump from a couple areas to a couple areas, you know, skipped through the 10,000s a little fast. So a bit of a crash doesn't really hurt the narrative. It just does, so far what it does is it confirms the narrative that if you construct a ladder and you miss a couple rungs, then sure, maybe you can climb the ladder a little faster, but if you were to slip and you were to fall downwards, you would probably break through, instead of one rung, you would probably break through 2 or 3, maybe even hit the floor. So I think that's a little bit of what we're dealing with here, is we've built a lot of price structure in the 100Ks and around the 100Ks, and right now it's largely representing a top. And so we didn't have much price discovery, probably between, you know, I would say 30 and 60K. We kind of just, you know, started climbing big time, and left a lot of space that could be filled, you know, where people would set and forget positions. So I like the way things look right now. I think this is just a really good place to buy Bitcoin, and I think the orders will ultimately prove that the market should support this area pretty effectively. The mid 60s, you know, right now it's kind of like supporting, resisting the you know, 64,000 whatever hundred, high 63s, low 64s. So as long as we can keep skipping the stone above 60,000 flat, I'm okay with it. We can be a little bit depressed right now and fight our way out of this market with you know, really through the mud. I can see that pathway for the bulls. It looks a little harder for the bears to convince me of a straight up bear market and move to 30K, because I truly and honestly do not believe there's much retail involved. I don't think there's enough retail to shift the price down that far, and I don't think we're ready to unplug enough mining machines to do that drastically. Like, think about it, there has to be fail safes. If all of a sudden mining Bitcoin becomes worth fucking, you know, $30,000 per block, and your expenses are fucking double that, like, that's gonna fuck the system. There has to be fucking big money protecting price from going below a certain point. That could be the trick, man. Always just fucking place orders at mining equilibrium price. Plus or minus, you know, probably minus 5,000 up to break even of mining equilibrium. You know, I bet you there's something to that. Yeah, I do think it is manipulation. I don't get the sense that this is organic market behavior. The signatures just aren't there. I just don't believe there's enough market participants these days. Think about how crypto Twitter used to be in 2018, 19. It's just, you know, again, I'm not as connected to the space as I once was, but we used to be arguing, and we used to be fighting all the time and talking shit, and there was crossfire between communities, backstabbers, betrayal, and it's, you know, I think, like, you know, there isn't the same fucking backing to crypto now. I think a lot of the retail is kind of built into the picture. I think this is all just fucking, you know, now whales. I think there's probably a BlackRock versus Bitcoin OGs thing going on. Who knows? Fair and greed is 5. Yeah, I bet. I bet it's up there. I'm telling you, to me, that just confirms my euphoria statement, that the bears are in a state of euphoria. I believe that they are in a state of euphoria, and I believe euphoria is one of the biggest tellers of a reversal in markets. Bullish euphoria ends with the bulls getting crushed, and bearish euphoria ends with the bears getting crushed. Where do you get your fear and greed index come from? I believe it. I just there's a lot of them out there. I haven't looked in a while. I can't remember what I used to use. I honestly probably haven't looked at one in so long. It's kind of a vibe now, you know. Oh, it still wants this memory. Have you investigated the core versus not debate in Bitcoin at the moment? Slightly investigated. I have at the scratching of the surface of it. It's been explained to me by a dear friend, and you know, there's definitely going to be some. Tone said he was interested in talking with me about it, and I got a lot to learn, so I'm actually looking forward to all that. I understand like the debate. I understand it's like a weird one. It's not an ideal situation. Howdy. How's it going? I got it late. Hello. I think it's causing uncertainty. This is resulting in bearish price action. All right, that's an interesting take, really. That's one that I had not thought of. And yeah, let's see here. It is crazy. It is crazy to me how much division it's causing, because I've known a lot of Bitcoiners for a long time, and there are Bitcoiners that I really know and love and care about that are on very different sides of the fence on this one, and like maybe even not even happy with each other and stuff. So it's definitely something I need to learn about. And let's see here. I have a technical question about your new tech, but I don't want to be boring for the stream. I don't know programming, Z. Maybe we could get Fabian on, like tomorrow or something, and he's more of the tech guy. I'm more of the fine-tuned, more order book signals guy. You know, I know the conditions I'm looking for in order to create a signal, and he created all this beautiful stuff. And again, the link is just below the video to the website. And you could ask for sure, and I can, you know, you can send it to me on Telegram. We can always see if he's around to answer that. He's ahead though. He's in Europe, so he's probably getting close to bedtime. But yeah, feel free to ask, and I can always just shoot it over to him or whatever. Yeah, it looks like this is going to be a long climb out of the hole. We've had some good momentum, but right now on a 5-minute chart, you know, a couple little candles pull back. A little bit of a toppy looking scenario here. Higher low would be good. Inverse head and shoulders type thing. Yeah, Z, do you have my Telegram or any of that info? At Joe_Saz, S-A-Z, or Saz Analytica at Gmail, or yeah, the Joe Saz Bitcoin Lounge group chat is there under the video. Yeah, Fabian's a good dude. I don't know too much about computer programming. I took a C++ course once upon a time, and it was difficult, and I never really pursued much after that in terms of computer science. Well, take care. Oh, you're babysitting a trade. What's your you long? You in at the bottom there, I hope, early? Gotta get some trade competitions going up again. I'm gonna try to work with an exchange here pretty soon to start bringing back some trading competitions so we can have some fun. Okay, I'll take a look in a sec. Oh, your entry price on Doge, Hurley? No, Z, I was asking Hurley about the trade.
obviously. Best wishes to you, my friend. Doge is pretty solid these days. It's gone through the test of time. One sec, guys. Hold on, you could just block. Hurley, there's a way to just blind that. It's in the top. Howdy. Hurley, do you see that you can blind the heat map? Is kind of useful, but I need to filter some of that noise out.
yeah, Hurley, there's still some work that needs to get done on this. So any thoughts you guys may have, feel free to share. I want to work on this thing and lock everything down. Thank you, Z. Thank you, buddy. Yeah, I'm on the mend. Honestly, it was worse last week. Yo, buddy, okay over there? No way. Someone just shot you? You there still? Can you come to the other side of the bastion? You see me? How you doing on health? Man, this guy's getting smart. Alright. There's a way to the train right here. Did you want to still finish him off? Hey, did you still want to finish him off? You don't know how, no, you gotta practice. What you do is use that, equip the deadline mine, use your magic wand to go right up behind him on his medulla oblongata, and then you plant it on him, and I'll get it aggro, so he's shooting at me, okay? Yeah, go up to his back, put it in your cookies, come over here so you got cover. It's real easy, put it right on like the bottom of his brain, there'll be like a yellow thing, okay? Yeah, you got this. And then if you don't make it, just crawl to me and I'll heal you until we extract. Alright, you got it. You see that yellow thing on the back of his neck? Alright, everyone stay clear, everyone stay clear, everyone stay clear, get cover. And that's the magic of killing a bastion. Where is he? Yo, you did it, buddy. Yeah. Nice work, dog. Well, fuck. Yeah, you mind if I get a couple of... I just needed some advanced arc power cells if you don't mind. Just gonna goop this thing and I'll drop whatever. How does it feel to take one of these out with a freaking deadline? Yeah, dude, honestly, every time it makes my freaking palms sweaty. Oh yeah, dude, that sucks. I'm glad that got taken care of. Glad you're okay, buddy. Yeah, that's bad, man. I don't like rats. Always carry defibs on you. You ready to head out? Are these coming in? We got Raleigh. Big guys? Oh, that was nice. Alright guys, how are we doing? How are we doing? What's the status? How's everyone doing? Tell me some good news, guys. Stuffy nose. Stuffy nose. New order book tech. We are stacked. Alright, let's look at like a new order range. Let's look at this wall. Let's look about that. 16 stack running near the top side book. Weakening down to 8. Oh, see, that's the exact kind of shit we're looking for. Down to 2. Look at all this information, dude. This is so good. Oh, this is so good. It's at 83% of what it was. Peak 18.82. You guys see how useful that is? We know that 90% of that order was freaking dynamic. When, by how much, and who? Early, are you still there? No, you're asleep. Alright, guys. Holding the line nicely. Holding the line nicely. That local low right here, that was probably it. That was probably your trade of the day right there. I'm really looking forward to the day that this thing is out of trouble, and we have probably weeks of this. Weeks before that happens. We gotta reclaim 70K so bad. Sooner than later. Otherwise, these bears are just gonna keep getting more and more confident and just dump the last of their retail hands. The wall was killed. Wow. I'm gonna have to zoom back in. no one has any questions, I am going to jump to our papers. There she is. It's the time to try something complete. Stability in a good place to try something. music's still good.
Anyone still here? Anyone around? What's up, guys? All right, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. Much love to you all. I'm actually probably going to wrap it up about here. So you all take care and have a good one. Much love.